Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here, and wow, I had to scramble to get today put together. Normally I'm a little bit more prepared, but, oh, apparently I had a bunch of frames missing. Let me reset that. But yeah, not very organized today. Just one of those kind of days. But welcome in, Wolf. How you doing today? I hope your workday went better than mine did. I mean, I can't really complain. I didn't get as much stuff done as I wanted to get done, but I did manage to get my monthly review taken care of, and of course I passed. Because I always pass those, because I know what I'm doing. But how you doing today, Wolf? Doing as okay as you can be? Well, that's good to hear. You are doing everything you can, and that is enough. But if there are any challenges that come your way, I know that you have the ability to conquer them. Let us load our game. So, when last we left, if I'm remembering correctly, we had some new people that I needed to redo and get leveled up. So Wisaka and Beauregard, we got them leveled up. I think before we left streams when we reset them, as it were. I believe so. Anyway, hopefully my voice is coming through okay. I didn't bother to really work on my mic positioning too badly, or too well. Words are going to be difficult, and I am still a little tired. I probably should have taken a nap before stream, but I didn't have time. Anyway, one of the other things I did while leveling up was sort of to grab a bunch of, like, figure out the maps that I have access to that have, like, little, looks like it has little thingies to do weapons with, and that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to look for weapons. I don't remember if I loaded us up, though. It looks like I did, because I'm seeing some in my inventory, yeah, and I see that I've got a bunch of stuff over here. Oh. Yes, and I cleaned inventory, like I organized, over the week. So, I have decided I will only keep one copy of each Rexic lens, because I discovered that I thought that you use gems on books and you use the Rexic lenses on the staves to make a magic staff. That's not the case. You use the gems for everything, and the Rexic lens is just to have a bit of manual control. Once you have a ring that does that, the Rexic lenses are not as useful. The only downside to the ring is that it changes your mana type, but it also changes your defense. So if you wear the emerald ring, your neutral align becomes Rex align. So you'll take more damage from Nyx and Pox. That may not be what you want, so I'm keeping these lenses as a just in case, as a backup. But I also went and I got enough gems to make one ring of each type. So now we've got a little bit of flexibility. We can either use a ring, we can use a Rexic lens. We'll do whatever is needed. C79, welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. But yeah. We're letting Shapiro hold on to the Shadow Psalm for now. It's just a book that changes it to Pox, so it's basically the same as the Onyx Ring, but it's got 300 crit, and it's lucky, so he's actually extra lucky. No, these aren't. His Mystic Underwear is not lucky, so he's just double lucky. He's not triple lucky. I don't think it stacks that way though. But yeah, we're gonna look for weapons. So, let's see. I seem to recall... Yeah, Steel Weaver's Tomb was one of them. There was a Cove Gate. There it is. So we've got those. Sparkling Peak. We can actually do that now. Where is that? It was around here somewhere. Where was that? I thought it was around here. Was it up here? Oh, there it is. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna try and get a few of these things taken care of. I just got to remember where everything is. We're going to take, for this group, we're going to use Nazar, Lars, and Grin. Oh, before I get started, so I started to level up the bugbears. I got them up to 25, and I ran into a problem. I am really outstripping everybody when it comes to level. Like, Nazar is level 25. I kind of stopped because I figured, okay, if I get everybody to level 25, I'm going to be like level 30-something, closer to 40 or something. I really don't know for sure. But it's like, I'm kind of getting to the point, it's like, how much of a lead do I want to give myself over everybody else in the band? Like, should I be worrying about this? Should I be leveling myself down? Like, do I need to reset myself? Do I need to visit the sexy muscle guys in the one place and have my brain wiped? I don't know. So that is something I need to consider if I need to level down. I don't know yet. Let me know your thoughts. For right now, though, it's not a today thing. It's a tomorrow concern. Today's concern is going to be the things with the stuff and the doodads. All right. Hopefully, I am prepared. Let's hop into Sparkling Peak and do whatever it is we needed to do here. Oh, and I also made sure that I had all the souls, all the weapon souls, to finish up. Oop, I'm going the wrong way. So yeah, so I no longer have to get weapon souls. We've got all the ones that we need. Which one was... I should have just done a mountain one. Why didn't I do that? I'm carrying all these things and I don't need to be carrying them because I know that it's a mountain soul. Because we're on a mountain. And that's what I get when I break down staves. So yeah, sorry, I did a dumb. Hold, please. What? Grin? Grin, you can look at the scenery when we come back. Okay. So, let me put this stuff back so that my inventory is just not a mess when we go to do this, because I don't want to lose these things if we run into a situation where we get clobbered. Okay, Mountain Soul. So it's neither of these. Nazar. It's not a Mantis. It's not Marauder. And then Lars. Mercenary. Okay, Mountain Soul. So we'll put you there. And Grin. Paladin. And Shrike. Okay. Now we can go and do the thing. We'll save again, just in case. And let's jump in. Now we'll go and do what we need to do. Other bits of news. I got all the parts I need to make a new computer for myself and for my sister. I don't know when I'll have the time to actually put it together, but I'm not in a big rush. My computer is not in the process of exploding or anything, and it's always a big hassle migrating from an old computer to a new one, because there's always data to be concerned about, and I have data. So much data. Going the wrong way, guys. Why am I leading this boat? I don't know where I'm going. But yeah, once I get that put together, I don't know how happy I'm going to be with it, because it's going to be using Windows 11. Alright. Now, here we go. It was over here, right? Yeah, come close, guys, just in case. And again, just in case. I don't know if anything's going to happen here. You have Windows 11 on your current PC. How are you liking it, Wolf? Because there's been a lot of things that I've been hearing about Windows 11 that I'm kind of concerned about. There is an inscription on the dais here. It reads, "The temple is reserved for those who could withstand the soul of the mountain." You just missed Windows 10. I have a feeling that that's how I'm going to end up feeling about it. Like, I wanted to wait until Windows 12 in the hopes that it wouldn't suck. But nope, they're like, no, we're saying that you have to upgrade from Windows 10. We're dropping support. We haven't changed to a new operating system yet. It's like, dude, that's not how you have traditionally worked, Microsoft. If it was not for the fact that it's not a great gaming platform, a lot of the emulators that I use I don't think have a good Mac OS equivalent, I would just switch to a Mac. Like, the M4 Mac Mini, just give it a little bit of a RAM boost, and it's probably going to be perfectly fine. Well, you probably will want storage if it's going to be your main computer as well, so it's going to be about as much as you would pay for a decked-out PC anyway. But there's not really great game support. If you just need just like a computer for browsing the web or whatever, you know, that is a cheap way to just have a computer. But yeah, I'm still in the Windows ecosystem for now. The chunk of slag you are carrying comes to mind. Will you place the mountain soul upon the pedestal? Yes, as soon as I stop having little hiccups. You make an offering of the mountain soul, a bit of slag forged from the destruction of many weapons. I almost said destruction of many mountains. We are conquering all the mountains and crushing them. Oh. Hello? Oh. Oh? Okay, well, I'll go check that out in a minute. Huh. Okay. Ah! Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I imagine that they're as startled as I was. What book you have? Halix. Okay, let's go ahead and put this in your inventory. Oh no! Grin, why? I was trying to click on a thing. Grin is always suffering from my misclicks. Grin, if you ever watch this, I am so sorry for all the trouble I get you into. That startled scream caught me off guard. I'm so sorry, Wolf. I was startled too. It was nice and calm, and then suddenly, oops. A couple of giant guys. That's not where I want you. Ow! Leave Grin alone, please. Oh, we gotta get him out fast. One, two. Okay, well. It's not much of a heal. I can't do that. Dang it. Okay, that really did not go. Oh, that was the only enemy. Oh, okay. Well then, I guess we don't have to worry about you, Grin. I'm sorry that I got you hurt. Okay, let's see what this is. Bifrost. Threat 20, magical 40, Bifrost effect. Okay. Grin, when we get an opportunity, you get to find out what that does. See, I think what I was probably supposed to do was grab the staff and then use it on those big guys. That didn't happen. I could just exit from here. It's a neat looking staff, though. I wonder what it does. Okay. Let me mark this on my little list. So we are done with what Sparkling Peak demanded of us. Next. Go back to the stronghold and grab all the souls. Nazar. Lars. Grin. I was gonna say, do I need to check the merchants for anything? But no, we got all the souls that we need, so I don't have to keep checking them. Let's see. Was there another one around here? Well, there's that, but we already cleared it. Crossroads. Memorial. There was something around here. It's not that, because we cleared that. I gotta find it. I don't think that was it. No, I don't think that was it. That's not it. Shoot, I don't remember. Maybe there wasn't anything else here? Okay, well. There was another gate somewhere that I found. Where was it? Oh wait, was it over here? Oh wait, Inquisitor's End was one of them. I thought that there was a gate here. Where's Ivory Gate? That's what I have written down. Oh well, you know what? I'll figure that out later. I know that this is one, and I know there's two others down here, so we'll just come down here. Okay. I remember doing something over here. Right. Inside the chest is a molded velvet casing for what looks to have been some sort of scepter, but it is empty. Oh. Shoot. How did I do this before? I remember on my first playthrough I got something out of this, but I don't remember how. Let me talk to you, I guess. Oh, I talked to you. Okay. Make an offering of the Paladin Soul. Okay. Yes, your discipline is bound within the myriad folds of the steel pearl. Go then, Crusader, with the symbol of the righteous and scour this land. Okay, cool. Inside the chest, sitting in its velvet casing, is a magnificent gilded hammer thrumming with warm, soothing energy. Great. We now have the Crusader weapon. Risk strike 30, physical 50, Lux Align 100, and regeneration 10. It's a smacking hammer. Alright. Well, that is 2 maces, so we are done with maces. So we're done with books, we're done with whips, we're done with maces. Okay. Let's go to the other thing. Oh, this area doesn't secure. I don't know how I feel about that. It's funny, I thought it... Could have sworn on my first playthrough I actually had to clear that multiple times. You know, it probably was because the area got patched. I remember when my very, very first playthrough, the developer was still actively developing and doing bug fixes. So a number of places had gotten patched, and when that happens, you basically have to clear it all over again. Let's see. Cove Gate. We're already here, so... might as well. The pedestal is worn with moisture and caked with dried-on salt. There is an inscription on the very top. It reads, "Only those who dare appraise a life against coin may enter." The mercenary soul is for this one, which makes sense considering what it said. Yay. Okay. We will... hang on. Just so that I have fewer people to have to sort through. No, 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 no. Where did that go? Gimme. Do not drop things. Okay. Let us go back to the stronghold. What was that? What did I say that was? That was a mercenary soul. Okay. Nazar. Put yours back. And Lars. Mountain, then mercenary, then Shrek. Okay. Let's see, physical 50. You know what, I'll hold on to it just in case. You never know, considering we're going into new areas. We might need a big honkin' hammer. Although, in that case, we would probably need Val's big honkin' hammer. It has nice reasoning. Yeah, 10 is pretty good. 10 is good. The drowned armada. The ruins of many ships have been crushed together in this hidden cove. Well, that sounds like a right mess. Oh, this place is familiar. I've been here. It's been a very long time, so I don't remember what all I have to do. But I have been here. Someone has made an attempt to hide something by covering it with an old sack. A painted chalice and a lacquer helm, neither of which we need at the moment. I don't want to go this way yet, because that way leads like down, and I have a feeling this is like advancement. I don't know how to get over there yet. Oh look, more loot. There are still a few items left inside this discarded satchel. A normal key and a moist cornbread. I hope that means that someone has been here recently, because otherwise, ew. Turn on the lights. They're not kidding about these being crushed together. Oh, I can interact with the barrels. There is nothing of interest inside the barrels. Oh wait, hold on. Those barrels also have nothing. There's a winch. The chain on this winch stretches down into the depths, and the handle gives firm resistance. It appears to be attached to something. We're gonna have to come back for that. We have to get Bato, Paul, or Zentgraf to take care of it. Did I look at you? Okay. Nothing in there. Ah! Oh, okay. Sorry, Wolf, I didn't mean to scare you if I scared you. A fuse of Hagwin and a giant crab. No worries. I don't mean to, but it's like, it's the sound and it's startling, and it's been a while since I actually did this, and I don't remember. Now that I'm here, I remember that this was just an absolute mess. Like, these enemies just can't get you. Give me 1 second before I take care of this. I need to grab meds and refresh my water. 1 moment, please. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. And yeah, it was all nice soothing music and exploration, and then boom! Get it back, hello. Back where it is. Get everything back where it needs to be. Mostly. Kind of. Alright. Lars Scout? You're... Okay. That's about as far as you're gonna get for now. Well, that's close enough to use Blast. Yep, okay. You guys will figure it out eventually. Oh, neat! I like that. It's like magic missile. I want to see that again. Too far away. Do the crab next. How many hits is that? The only downside is it doesn't seem to really do a whole lot of damage. Oh, per hit, I should say. Each hit is a little on the low side, even when it crits, because I think it said, like, the crits were 10. But it's doing a lot of hits, so... Alright, time to fry a crab. That's like at least 10 hits. They go by... Okay. I just didn't even get a chance to move there. Do you have any ward? You have a little ward. But ideally, I'll be up front. Ow, that hurt. Can you do something, Grin? You cannot. Actually, I could have moved you forward a little bit more. That's fine. I need to get close enough that Grin can blast them. Because that ain't it. Oh, Grin. That's fine. You'll get him next round. Is this far enough away? Well, that sucked. It's like 12 hits? This sure is a fun staff. It's like the individual hits aren't very strong, and we can see that they are treated as being true individual hits, like you have a chance to ward each one, so that may be a disadvantage. Crits seem to be often. It does have threat 20, which really isn't like a huge amount. That's more than either of the books do, but I don't think books traditionally have threat on them. I think a staff normally has magic plus threat. That's the whole point of using a staff, is the increased threat, an increased chance to do a crit. Anything back here? Hello? Peekaboo. No, nothing? Okay, that's cool. That's fine. I didn't need any prizes or anything. There's a cannonball inside one of these barrels. It's an accessory. You can wear a cannonball. Why? Why not? Stranded chest. Yeah, I can't do anything. Wait, hold on. I can almost reach it. Yeah, but I can't reach it. I need telekinesis. Ooh, I'm starting to remember things. Nope, never mind. I forgot it again. I know I get to here somehow. I just don't remember how. Well. I think I might have to... Hang on. Let's put this in someone's inventory, because it's probably not actually an accessory. I have to actually do something with it. I just don't remember what. Yeah, I don't remember. I think I need to go out, and I need to grab Zentgraph real quick. Did I check these barrels? They probably don't have anything in them. You can't even check those barrels. Okay, that's fine. Oh, right, this stuff. What's over here? Broken console. Mana cannon. Oh, right. Okay. I think I have to take this cannonball. This is where I have to use it. It looks as though this mana cannon is still functional. If you loaded a cannonball into the barrel, you could fire it. Let's do it. Power node. This node appears to still have some power left in it. Okay. That's not where I load it. Oh, this is where I load it. Would you like to load the mana cannon? Yes. You load your cannonball into the barrel. Neat. The mana cannon is loaded and ready to fire. Fire away! Oh, whoops. Did I do that? Looks like that one shot was all you get. It's fine. I'm sure nobody needed that. Okay. I'm going the wrong way. I have not gone this way yet. Oh, because I turned back. Okay. Alright, so I will come back afterwards to handle this. We'll see what that winch is attached to in a bit. But we're gonna go down south first and see what we blew up. Ah! Hello. Well, hesitate works. Eh. Really? Okay, just go away. Okay, well. I was gonna do it a little bit differently, but fine. Oh, hello. Really? Really? Hey, it didn't get the third one. That sucks. Well. He's probably gonna stumble. Yep. Eh. Bloop. More skeletons. Lars, do you need glasses? I knew we had more friends. Maybe we should have saved that one. Ah, they're not close enough. closer than that. Hey, a chest we can actually reach. A sailor's footlocker, which contains some silk culottes and some porn. And nothing else. Lars! What is with your aim today? Always against those bony skeletons. Yeah. It's like they're not that evasive, are they? 1, 2... I'm in the way. There, you hit that time. There. The arrows just go through their bones. Okay, that's fair. That is a fair reason for all the misses. I accept this rationale, and I do not blame you. But if you do need your eyes checked, you will tell us, right? There's nothing wrong with wearing glasses. In fact, the right kind of glasses can make you a very fetching-looking orc. Think of it as an accessory. Anyway. Maybe you can hit those skellies with the hammer? Okay. Take a look at your guard and your dodge and tell me, do you want to stand next to them and use the hammer? You're equipped with a lodestone loin guard. And then regen. Well, I don't know if 10 regen is going to do it for you. A little concerned there. I think there's something in here, but I want to get everybody in a little bit better position here. Nope, maybe not. Okay, this is fine. Oh. The captain's footlocker. Hang on. Gotta turn on the light first. Guys. This chest is secured with a custom lock. You'll need to get the proper key. Okay, that's fine. And I remember there being a lot of enemies back here, so... our health is pretty good. There's no reason for me not to top up, though. It's only a few hit points, but it's fine. Oh, why didn't I eat the cornbread? Damn it. Oh well, it's fine. Just consolidating inventory a little bit here. Alright. Nazar behind me. Actually, we are probably going to be pulling them in. So... you get ready here, Grin. I'll open the door. What's probably going to happen is I'm going to fall back to Nazar's position, like right here. Probably. I'm probably going to have Lars do a scout. Okay, go trigger more. Okay, we didn't trigger any more. Run back. That one skeleton is different from the others. It looks, a little angrier. Well, more skeletons won't be a problem. It's just that we need to get them grouped up so that Grin can blast them. Uh-oh. I tripped. Well. I wish I had the choice with Fleet of either, like, moving again or, like, attacking and then moving. It's like I want to be able to take the move action at a different point. That would make it a little bit more useful. Oh well. Because I can't park him for a round while we wait for other people to filter in, so we have to defend. Come and get us, we're right out here. Oh, they're not all skeletons, there's one that's a crab. Okay, well this is fine. Grin, can you do anything? You cannot. We should have camaraderie. Oh wait, no, we don't. Lars and, or Nazara and I don't. He's lawful and I'm neutral. There we go. Who are we missing? Oh, the big fiery one. Of course. Well. Well, don't hit me. Okay, good. You missed! Captain Aris. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna defend while my friends destroy you. Wow, another miss. I think Grin was a little bit put off by that. Okay, quick. While his defense is down. It missed again. What? Is he immune to this? There we go. 68. Is that why the swirly fire or no, it's I think he's just a really angry spirit. I don't know who Captain Aris is yet. I feel like we might have heard the name, but... Oh, now he's on guard. Okay, well, you know what? Do your best, Lars. Hey, you did it anyway. Nice job. What do we find? There's a tarnished key. Let's let you guys hang back. I'm gonna make sure that we didn't miss anything out here. That's what I thought. Yeah. That key unlocks the footlocker. We'll check and see what that is in a minute. Yeah, Lars can come and help me. The others won't make it before the enemies come out. And he's over here. Okay. Where are you at? Oh, you're down here. Okay. Let's be victorious. We will. We're going to totally be victorious here. Bryn, where do I want you? Over here we'll do. You're gonna have to come down here. Or I should say, I'm gonna come down there. I need to wait for the crab to approach before I can do anything. I need to stay here to absorb magic. Let's try and energize. Good. Okay, good. Not quite close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be safe to stand here. Let's see. I need to approach first. Okay, well, we're not doing anything this turn. What? Okay. Well, I see how it is. We're gonna need everybody to get a little closer together, so let's just move you down here. Nazar, just, hold, please. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, we'll do it anyway. Never mind. Really? I actually did that wrong, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, I gotta mark that I took my pills. I'm not organized today at all. This is what I wanted to do. Take the Halix. Okay, well, this is fine. Ward that, bitch. Alright. Don't you ever quit? Sailor's booty. Hold on. 500 gold. Some hearty chili. An onyx. and a couple of battered blades. Which we don't really need. We'll probably end up discarding those when we go to get the other chest. Nazar, you want to come and join us, buddy? Thank you. Okay. You use the key you found on Captain Aris, and the lock pops open with ease. Inside is a magnificent sword, clearly meant for someone of much importance. It seems that Captain Aris' sword is now yours. We now have his scimitar. Critical 20, threat 10, physical 40, blade sweep. We're important. This is true. Hello, Val. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. And we actually have enough space for everything. I think it says the same thing if you happen to find and use a tarnished key you found elsewhere. Really? I don't remember where I found a tarnished key. But that's fine. The area is not secure. I'm not sure if I have to do the winch first or what, or if it just doesn't secure. Sometimes awards as a random thwart junk. Oh, that's an interesting question. Wouldn't that be strange? Like, if that was the only way to get this, if you screwed this up, like if you didn't realize that the key dropped and you left, you don't have any other way to get the key. So you have to do thwart challenges until you find a tarnished key, and then you can get it. That would be neat if he thought of that. I don't know if he did, though. I don't know if it's the same tarnished key. It might have a different ID to it. But I think we are done in here for the moment. At least until I grab someone who can do thwart challenges. And of course, we're not going to be able to get any of the other chests until we have somebody with telekinesis. But let us leave. Lars has leveled up. Or that first tarnished key very early in the game. I don't remember where we found that. Yeah, the weird thing with Hunt is, like, there's nothing that appeals to me until we get to the 6th tier. And you get staggering. It's like, I'd rather just focus on fight. The Mushroom Garden. Nope, my brain is still being blank. Okay. Let's go sort our inventory out before we bring Zentgraph in. Where it asks you if you want to move it or not. Why am I not remembering this? I'm sorry, my brain is just not braining. We don't need the silk culottes. I guess we'll keep this cornbread. Scimitar. The chest where you get your first makeshift bow. I'm really sorry, my brain is not remembering where that was. I'm gonna just stick the scimitar over here for now until we figure out who can equip it. Yeah, my brain is just not braining. We'll stick the Crusader here as well. We don't need a lacquer helm. We'll take care of porn later. We don't need this junk. Oh, hearty chili. Okay, there we go. You here. There we go. And an onyx. We'll figure out something to do with the onyx later. We don't get too many of those. And I'm just going to sell the battered blades. I'm not going to worry about upgrading them. If I want to get people's, like, equipped with other stuff, then I'm just going to wait until I need it and I have a merchant, and then I'll just do it that way. But yeah, I'm going to equip them with this good stuff first. Oh, Grin, what are you holding? Oh, you're holding all the magic, okay. Alright, let's go back down there. We'll do a quick save so we don't lose any of that progress in case I do something stupid. And we'll switch Nazar out for Zentgraf. Right after March Marina. This place. I'm looking at it and I'm not remembering it. I'm still looking at it and not remembering it. You know what? This is fine. It's just been a long day, that's all. Think you didn't move the ward this playthrough? Oh, I didn't? Wait, what ward? I'm gonna have to go back there. You're making me think I have to go back there now. Because I don't remember. Zentgraf, come and do the thing. Use your beefy muscles. Best of two. That was a good one. Wind the chain up, and there's a heavy wooden chest hooked to the other end. Oops. Hi. No, don't touch Grin. Leave him alone. Zentgraf, play interference. Shoot, now I need that scimitar. Oh well. You're not equipped with anything, Zentgraf, so just defend. Uh-oh. Ow. Hey. Now it's secured. It's a soggy chest that contained 1,000 gold, a sapphire, and an elixir vitae. Cool. Let's get out of here, guys. That was enough. Oh, 112% experience. Okay. How are we handling you, Zentgraf? I think you are a labor specialist. I think we changed your specialization. Yes. Okay, so we just focus on labor now. Okay, yeah, because he'll eventually get to reflexive, probably. But yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. Oh, and I gotta mark down. What did we get? Scimitar. So we're done with Cove Gate. For shiny teeth and good oral hygiene. No, wait, that's Colgate. Okay. Back to the stronghold to drop Zentgraf off. I don't think he appreciated the extra danger on that little bit. We'll do something with that sapphire later. We don't have a place to put this healing potion, so we'll just put it there for now. I think we're gonna bring Val along. Val, where are you? There you are. Yeah, it's not a bad weapon at all. We're actually gonna have Val carry it for a bit. Blade Sweep is neat. Yeah, we'll see what that is. We're actually gonna switch that for right now, since Val actually does approach the front, since she's tanky. Didn't I have somebody else working on being a tank? Huh. Oh, no. Greening was working on Ward. I don't think we have any other... Oh, no, wait. No, we do have another physical tank. Beauregard. Wonder if we need to level him up any. No, I think he's fine. No, we'll bring Val along. We also need to bring along all of the souls. Let's see, Val. We'll put your hammer over here for now. Mouse. Lars, you'll take these. Hello? Grin. Grin. You can't carry these right now. Let's put the book here. There we go. And before we go there, I will go here and see what it is I'm forgetting. Alright, what did I forget? Oh, this place, right. I don't remember. Oh, wait, the tarnished key for the one guy's chest that we found on his body. Gosh. That's a good question. Okay, Zentgraf, you can take a break. Val, let's go have some fun. If you saved it for that long, you think you can use it there. That would be very interesting to see. A little weird, though. Wait a minute. Why have we not seen this before? I know what it is, but the thing is, why is this only unlocking now? This should have unlocked when, like, Secluded Chapel was finished, shouldn't it? Even before... Wait, hold on, let me save. You didn't clear the other map. Well, the only other map is... You needed a soul to do it. It's Cove Gate. Secluded, never cleared. Really? I didn't clear this? I thought I did. Hey, Frisky, welcome in. Oh, that's right. No. No, I thought we did. I could have sworn we cleared this area. Okay, I'll have to come back to this and figure it out. But I thought we did clear it. Maybe we didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. There's one place to check. Oh, okay. What am I forgetting? This was an instance of me saying I was going to come back and do it later, and I never did. Oh, wait. Did we need... Was it this? No. Okay, it wasn't. But welcome in, Frisky. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Behind the quiche room. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me go over to the quiche room. I had no room. Well, I have a little inventory room now. Okay, behind... Oh, wait. No. Right, this. I didn't want to take it because, ew. And I figured it was a trap. Oh, are they going to make me... Oh, fine. Hang on. Hang on. Let's get everybody into position here because we know that enemies are going to spawn. Grin. Come over here. There. I'm not even going to keep the burnt steak. I'm just going to leave it there out of spite. Well, that's annoying. You're chillin', really curious about this game. It looks lovely and wild at the same time. It is both lovely and wild. A little bit of information. If you type in !BB, you'll see a little bit of information about it, along with I guess you could say content warning. It is, I would consider this a little bit more of a mature game. But yeah, it's a fast-paced tactics game. We've been having a lot of fun. You can be an orc. That is the main thing that appeals to me. And you can also have custom people. Like if you look at our roster, most of these are characters that we've either found in the game or we've recruited as monsters. But Raven, Grin, Reppin, Zentgraf, Lars, Wolfie, Valentine, and anybody else? No, I think that's everybody. Yeah, all of those characters are custom roster. Some of them even have custom sprites that I made for them. !BB roster if you are interested in joining our roster to see what information I need to bring you in. And yes, this is a game, PC game from 2016. It is available on Steam and GOG. And now we'll go to Slaughtered Caravan that I apparently missed all that long ago. Okay. Even before you see the carnage, you can smell it. Mangled bits of corpse meat litter the clearing. Whoever it was isn't just dead, they are utterly destroyed. Actually, hold on a second. I want to bring somebody else in. If you could be an orc thinking you can be a dwarf as well then. If you do a custom roster character, you could create a sprite that looks like a dwarf. That said, you can either be an orcish male, a human male, or a human female. Those are the defaults with just like the in-game sprites that are available to you. But as you can see, we've got Raven here is winged. I hesitate to say that Raven is a raven because that just sounds silly, but I gave her wings. Oops. No, Grin, that's not where we want you. Grin is a goblin. Reppin is a lycanthrope. Zentgraf is an orc. Lars is an orc. Wolfie is a lycanthrope. In fact, he's in chat. Wolf the lycanthrope. Valentine is human. And I think that was the last of our custom roster. Yes. This is your sprite work, so technically, no. I've heavily modified a lot of the in-game sprites to get, like, Ravens here. Raven here is one of the default humans. And then I have added the wings from a different creature. And I just played around with it in Photoshop until it looked good. Grin is a goblin. I did the clothing myself and the little fireball thing I did myself, but the base body sprite, that came from the game itself. Reppin, this werewolf, this lycanthrope sprite is in the game, so is the clothing that he's wearing. So the only custom thing that I really did here, maybe a little bit of tweaking on color values, and I did the little water-based fire effect here that he's got going with his hand. Zentgraf and Lars are all just things that you can get from the game itself when you create a character. Wolfie is the same as Reppin. These clothing come from the game itself, from the game sprite. Basically, I had to use a sprite rip in order to get those. This magic glow that he's got on his hand is a custom effect that I did in Photoshop, though. Valentine is all stuff that you can just get in the game sprites. So yeah, it's all a combination of things that are in the game, and a little bit of Photoshop finagling. But yeah, I want to do this map with Grant in the party. I want to see if he has anything to say here. Ritter, what happened? Grant, it was the leeches again. The people were already dead when we arrived, and we caught them doctoring the place up to make it look like it was us. Again? This isn't good. You guys go back to Hale and tell the Alpha about this. Right, he ain't gonna be happy. They've been doing this a lot lately. Frika's vampires spot a trading caravan heading for Hale and they slaughter them. What's more, they mangle the bodies and leave them in places where others can find them to make it look like we're the ones doing it. It makes me fucking sick. Still, I guess it's good that you saw this. Now you know just what kind of awful shit Friko has been doing. I'd like to clean this up, but if we try to hide it, it just makes us look guilty. Leave them to the scavengers of the woods, I say. There's nothing to be done for it now. Okay, well that was an interesting scene. There is probably nothing in these barrels, though. It looks as though scavengers have already picked over the supplies. There's nothing useful remaining. Yeah, that's what all this says. This corpse was cleanly torn in two. I don't know if there's anything clean about being torn in half. This person never had a chance. This corpse looks to have been savagely mangled by a large, powerful carnivore. This corpse is partially eaten. Many of the bones are crushed or outright missing. This person evidently got some distance away from the others before being felled. There's something glittering amid the broken body. You find an amulet, once beautiful but now crusted in dried blood. We now have the Vengeful Clasp. Risk strike 20, wasting 4, max mana. Yeah, that wasting 4 isn't going to be very helpful. Okay. I have not heard this particular song anywhere else in the game yet. Okay. Let's bring Val back in. And let's see. What was the other one? Steelweaver Tomb, I believe. Yeah, we haven't done that one yet. Okay. Let us save. This tomb is decorated in lavish carvings. Judging by the imagery, the person buried here was a blacksmith of some renown. Oh, right, this guy. Hi, we're here for reasons. The animated corpse makes no move to attack you. A voice like the sound of a blade being quenched hisses out when you get near. Mercy, nary a mercy, nary a mercy. He seems confused and doesn't even notice you. This crystal is dull and appears covered in soot. The mercenary soul throbs in your hand as you bring it near. The mercenary soul is drawn into the crystal and surges to life with a surprisingly violent flash. Oh. The forged crystal sparkles with intense heat and light. I did a thing. The skeletal face turns towards you. Though he has no eyes, you are certain he's looking straight at you. You have awakened the crystal. You are the one, my grave beneath. With one bony arm, he gestures towards the open earth behind him. Look, I don't want to be dead. You can be dead. I don't want to be dead. The corpse stands by calmly and watches you as you gingerly begin to sift through the earth of his open grave. Soon your fingers grasp something solid, a long box. At its owner's direction, you open it and draw forth a magnificent sword. Take it, my greatest work, yours. We now have the Duelist, Physical 40 Countermaster. Interesting. I'll equip that. We'll see what that does. Thanks. Forge. I remember. Give me your weapons. I can forge. Oh, okay, this is cool. So if you don't have a blacksmith in your stronghold, you can come here and use him as a service. Why? What was I building? Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. Thank you, Mr. Skeleton Guy. I love you. Okay, well that was neat. We didn't even have to fight for that. So now we have both of the ultimate swords. What do we need to figure out yet? Let's see, we need to figure out a bow, a staff, both spears, both scythes, one of the axes, one of the daggers. And I found another gate. Hang on. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's like... They're around here somewhere. I remember finding them. Oh, there's Emerald Gate. Okay. Looks almost like I was already in here and opened it. Did I do this and not realize it? No, no, I didn't. Okay, this is fine. This labyrinth houses violence incarnate and is meant for no other. The Marauder Soul is placed and we can continue. Alright, let's return briefly to do a little inventory management and then we'll go back. Two Guardian Souls, okay. Val. Where are you? Man's Soul. Mountain Soul. Grid. Strike Soul. We'll leave the Vengeful class behind as well. Everything else I think I want to keep. Emerald Maze. Oh boy. Does anybody remember the last game we were playing before we played Bastard Bonds? Let me remind you. It was the last Armageddon, with a bunch of dungeons with mazes that were taken off the back of cereal boxes. Mazes are not fun. You remember the merging of flesh? Yes, there was a lot of merging of flesh. And each time it happened, we were not really certain what to expect. This guy, no. No, it was an NES game called Last Armageddon. Very early JRPG. Its spin was that your party was all monsters. I can't say that I recommend it. You have a night party, you have a daytime party, and then you have a time of the month party. It was an interesting idea, but with poor execution. Like, you are forced to switch parties. Like, during the day, you've got one party that you're leveling up, and then at night, you are forced to use the other party. No choice in that. And then the mazes... Oh boy, yeah. I do have my VODs up on YouTube if you would like to actually take a quick look at them. Just look for Orcish Fiddler. Or you can go to orcishfiddler.com. I should have a link to my YouTube there. Just, yeah, there's a lot of suffering. Don't feel as if you have to watch the whole video. Watch enough to get an idea of how the mazes are, and then after that, just call it a night. It's I don't know if I'm going back to that game. Anyway. The darkness is stifling, and the layout is obviously designed to confuse and disorient you. Whatever is confined within must be well worth confining. It was weird when you're in a maze, and then, well, time to switch party. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like they even slowed down the timer a little bit from what I could see. Oh, goody. Well, we'll just take it systematically. It won't be that bad. Okay, get ready to peek around the corner. Aha! Oh. Haha! Okay, there's nothing here. There's a skeleton on the other side of the wall. Haha. Okay. I'm probably going the wrong way. Guys? Guys! Don't leave me alone! God, can you imagine if we just kind of charged forward and everybody got lost in the maze and then a combat happened? I mean, I could take care of myself mostly, but yeah, it would suck. Oh. The skeleton has a mustard pretzel. Cool. Goodness knows how long it's been in here. Is that mustard or yellow mold? It tastes taggy either way. Val, please join us. Complete or partially digested? This one has a ciabatta bread. Ah! A trail of food in case you get lost. Oh, shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Look out, Lars. The initiative order didn't go according to plan. Well, we've got a Minotaur in the maze. Or as a... Oh, no, it is actually a Minotaur. Okay. Which are you equipped with? Yeah, Bifrost for work. That thing's tough. Okay, well, I hit it. Countermaster, I wonder what that does. Well, we only had one enemy to use Blade Sweep on. Well. Oh, well, I lit the brazier. Arcane map. Well, we're not going anywhere from here. I guess we can leave a literal trail of breadcrumbs. Is it just me, or does these things say KISS? K-I-S-S, or K-R-O-N. I should probably put my glasses on. Also, out of curiosity, how dim is it? That's not too bad. Oh look, that dead ends real quickly. Okay, hold on. No, I'll... Okay. I hate to do it, but if I don't search every corner of the maze, I might find something that is required for advancement. So we'll go back, we'll get to the end of that maze, or clearing the area. Well, if there's an enemy there, yeah, but if there's not, then no. Like a slime. Oh, that would be annoying. Like some really easy to defeat enemy that's just there to surprise you. It's like, surprise, there's a slime in the corner and you can't clear the map because you didn't check the corner and... Okay, it wasn't the slime, but we called it. He's in the corner. Or a random burnt steak. C79. Do I need to turn this maze around and go home? Are you close enough? You are not. Okay, I don't want to get too close to this thing. I want to see what Countermaster does, and I'm assuming I have to defend. So, we're gonna park you for a minute. I should be good to defend. You can go ahead and blast. Okay. Shoot. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh, I wasn't... No, I was defending. Okay, I don't know what Countermaster does. It didn't seem to do anything special. Because all the Daze Strike was for my armor. Pain Strike was for my boots. Maybe on a successful guard. Okay. That could be it. Alright, I'll keep defending. I should be able to block this guy. You can just stand by. Or we can defend. He's clumsy. Okay, look. It would be good if I actually defended. Like, if I actually blocked something that was coming in. Well, that wasn't it. I'm really bad at defending. Okay, I'm not going to be able to find out. You win. Finish me already. No. Oh, his name is Uranus. Are you holding anything cool? My anus escaped. He's holding a hatchet. Okay. Hey, what are you? You're a chest. How do I get to you? I don't know. We'll find out later. Alright. Now we can continue. I have a feeling lighting all the things are going to be important. At least I hope it is, because I've been doing it the whole game. I'm waiting for there to be something where you light all of the things and something terrible happens that you really didn't need to worry about. And then the game will be like, haha! Remember from the very beginning when we taught you how to light all the things to make stuff happen and that was good because we rewarded you with money? Let's subvert that expectation in a horribly violent way. Thanks, game. Did I go this way? No, I didn't go this way yet. I didn't go the other way either. Okay. I see a thing there. Oh, let's go over there then. Nothing moving over this way. Well, let's go. Ah! Jeez, I didn't think there was anything there. 3, 4, 5. Are the dungeons randomly generated? No. These are all custom-made maps. Although that would be cool if there was like a roguelike mode. Or like an ancient dungeon mode. That would be neat. I don't know why I did that. Well, he's dead. Inside the chest was a body harness. Ancient dungeon mode would be dope for endgame. Yeah. I don't think that the developer was thinking of anything like that, though, when he made this New Game Plus mode. Yeah, that'd be neat. Aha. I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Possibly? Just in case. Inside the chest is a precious key, and hi, it's a mimic. Uh-oh. Lars, you might want to move. Ouch. There is a random map generator in the files, but nothing much was done with it. Oh, that's too bad. I guess he started working on it, but he never actually finished it. That's unfortunate. That would have been really cool. You love the sounds? Yeah, they definitely give a bit of a retro vibe. The whole thing is a little bit of, I would say, somewhere between 16 and 32-bit era for the graphics. But yeah, it's definitely pixel retro inspired, we'll say. Feels a little bit more like something like MS-DOS than like a console, but yeah. That's a lot of misses. Still did good damage though. Antique coins have been found. All right. Well, that was exciting. I think I want to go back a little bit because this looks like progress. It's funny. This looks like we're going the right way. We don't want to do that. Everybody's looking at me like, have you gone insane? Are you mental? Is that your problem? And it might be. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish. You're not going to make it with one move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you stumbled. Well, that sucks. Go to fencing, please. Nope, wall's in the way. See, I need to be guarding. Here, let me see if I can do that. Who needs healing? Lars does. Well, we tried. Here, go stand over here. Yeah, my guard is even higher than Val's. It might be because Val is wearing better armor. Yeah, barely. I've got 5 points better. I don't know. Anyway, heal, please. Lars needs more. Hey, no, I guarded that and nothing happened. What is Countermaster? What does it do? Hang on, we're gonna heal before we proceed. Okay. 2 guards. So I protected myself from the attack, so it doesn't seem to be a counterattack when I defend. Which would have made sense. Guess it's something else. It must be. Ah. Well. Lars was patiently waiting. So we'll let him get the kill. Okay. Hold up, guys. Yeah, stand back there, just in case. Okay. We found some rope. I've already got rope. But now we have more rope. We're not going back to give it to Repin. This does not look like it is the right way. It looks like it ends. And you are probably here, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You should have camaraderie with Grin. You're both chaotic. Oops, no, Grin. I thought it was somebody else's turn. Oh no, guys, run. Oh no. Lars can't run. He tripped. Well, good luck, guys. Okay, good. Minotaurs are very distracting. I mean, if that's what you're into, there's nothing wrong with that. I know a Minotaur buddy myself. He can be very distracting. Why am I trying to shoot a bow with Val? You're not a— No! Stop tripping, everybody! Okay, good. Yes, hit me. I can take it. I should probably defend. Okay, Lars, move, please. Thank you. Grin, healing, please. Never mind. You saw what happened. It reduced your risk? Huh? Oh, you mean when I got hit, it reduced my risk? That might actually be one of my abilities, though. Hang on. Maybe not. Okay, it's not. So is that what happened? He hit me and my risk went down? Let's try it. I'll move. I'll move Val if I can. We'll keep you alive for right now. Oh, it did! He hit me and the risk went down. So now I don't have risk anymore. So now I see what it means by Countermaster. I can counterattack safely. So when it's my turn, I can hit and not have to worry about it because I don't have any risk. Okay, cool. Thanks for helping us discover that, Mr. Minotaur. We're gonna have to beat you up now. Actually, I want to heal. I'd like to see if the Minotaur carries something, because I don't think the other thing we ran into that gave us this hatchet, I don't think that was a Minotaur. I think it was an Asterion. So, let's see. Nobody else needs healing. You can defend. You defend. Defend. Stand by. Wait a minute. We need to actually do you a little bit of harm. Who's got the weakest attack? Me? Me. Okay, I'll try to be gentle with you, Minotaur. Okay, good. No, hesitate. Oh wait, I should heal Val. Val, come over here. There we go. Okay. Do you have a neat thing for us? We're trying to come and get it. Gentle is needed, yes. You're not regenerating, are you? You're not. Okay, good. Hesitate. You're bleeding. Don't make us do something you'll regret. Why am I stand button? Yeah. I want you to stand by. I want you to defend. I want you to stand by again. Nah, it's fine. Look, stop hitting me. You're not going to win. Think about your life choices very carefully. We've had this speech often. Really? I could accidentally misclick you, Mr. Minotaur. Okay. Think very carefully about what you say next. Good job. Oh, he also drops a hatchet. Okay, well... There is also a chest here. I don't know how to get it yet. Okay. We did the thing. We lit the torch. Minotaur is safe. I don't necessarily want to clobber Minotaurs. Hey, Jay Johnson, welcome in. It's going quite well. We are in an emerald maze, and we're doing it wrong before we do it right. Does anybody remember the right way? I think it was this way. Because there's like minotaurs and other bull-related creatures. You want to try to get a minotaur on your team sometime? I'm still thinking at some point I'm going to want to do a run of this game where I am not allowed to bring anybody into the party except through recruiting. And I know that the opening of the game is going to be so difficult because of it. So that means no Bato either. And I don't know how that impacts gameplay because I've never done that before. But yeah, we're doing quite well, Jay Johnson. How you doing today? It might be a challenge. I mean, oops, I'm going the wrong way. With some of the creatures that you can recruit, though, I mean, grab a few bugbears and some other interesting things, and whatever Kirin was, the moose deer guy. Ah! Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? No. Yes. Should be safe here. You're getting sleepy, Wolf. Not a problem. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and I will see you again later, Wolf. I hope you have a good one tomorrow as well. You take care. Nighty-night. Val. Over here. Me. Over here. Nope, we just turned that guy into a thick paste. Let's see. I think we want to go down. Down looks like it ends. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoot, I'm in the way. that's what I thought. Go after Val and me instead. There we go. Oh. This is fine. Everything's fine. Don't panic! The grinding of stone upon stone rumbles in the distance. Oh, hey, these things are open. Oh, that's a mimic. Pretty tight quarters, though. Might be able to attack from here? Ow. Yeah, just regular. Nope, okay. Oops. Hang on. My room is getting too warm. I need to turn my heater off for a bit. There we go. Problem solved. More antique coins. Oh look, more skeletons. What do you have? A cookie! Nom 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 nom. Don't look at me like that, it was a cookie! It was an almond cookie at that. Hi, I was just looking at this, statue of a muscly man. Well. Anything else over here that I need to be concerned about? No, but we are gonna place you here. Oh, you don't have much movement, do you? Okay, well, this is fine. Oh, wait, you had a name. What? King Jareth? Oh, Jareth. You weren't a minotaur, you were a goblin king. At the center of the labyrinth. I'm guessing that's what this is a reference to. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, you haven't lived in the 80s and 90s and you haven't seen the movie Labyrinth. Go remedy that as soon as possible. You get it? Good. Well. Shoot. See, here's the goblin. This is the goblin that you should be worried about, King quote-unquote Jareth. He reminds me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? Power of voodoo. Who do you do? Do what? Remind me of the babe. Oh. Okay, I get it. By singing his terrible grin, you didn't have to fumble. You have given us the Axe Sever. Critical 30, threat 20, physical 40, risk strike 20. That is... That's a really boring axe. I mean, sure, you get some critical, but yeah, physical 80 compared to that versus physical 40, threat 20. Sure, you'll do some extra crits, I guess. I don't know. I was hoping for something a little bit more interesting there, but we've got it. Oh, and there's an arcane map. I don't want that yet. That's probably going to take me to the beginning. Do I want to go to the beginning? Maybe. I want to see if there's anything else I can interact with first. Okay, there's not. This scroll appears to mark the path to the exit. You should be able to use this to return outside easily. But what about those chests? Fine. We're not done, though. Is the door to the chest here? Is it open? It is open. Okay, so all those chest rooms are now open. So we're going to go and get them. And ideally, that will clear the map and we can exit without having to navigate the whole maze. That would be nice. I think there were only 2. Not that I can really carry anything, but you know. There's one of them now. A golden filter. Nice. I guess we'll get rid of a hatchet. Now we'll get rid of the rope. Sorry, Rippin'. We can get other rope for your rope collection. Yeah, let's see. The other one is down this way. And one of them has to be a mimic. I assume simply because we don't have the area cleared. Grin, you don't want to stand there. Okay. Battered blade. I'm not even going to pick that up. We got that chest. Did we get it all? I think we got it all. Or no, was there one up here? Maybe? No. Did we get everything? I don't know. We're not getting that satisfying exit sound. Oh, well, it's fine. We'll just use the arcane map again. This one. No, we did get this one. That was right before the boss. What am I missing? What have I forgotten? Guys, that's not how you navigate a maze. That one is empty. Okay, I am assuming that we have cleared it, even though we haven't gotten the exit thing. This does not have a thing for it, so yeah, okay. That's weird, no more mimics. See, that's what I was thinking. I thought we would have one more chest, it would have a mimic, and then the area would be cleared. I guess not. So, meh, it's fine. Alright. Nope, no, stop. Okay. I'll hold on to the hatchet for now, I guess, but... Coins can go up for sale. Wish those axes had an interesting property, right? Body harness, we'll figure this out. Who could wear that later? Because we have the other axe, don't we? Yeah, Rift. I just gotta figure out what I did with it. You don't have it. Did I give it to Paul? I gave it to Paul. Okay, so here's that. Val doesn't have it. Grid? What did I do with it? Oh, I'm holding it. I was about to panic. Like I checked everybody's inventory except for mine. Okay, so yeah. Critical 40, threat 30, physical 50. Critical 30, threat 20, physical 40, risk strike 20. These are not interesting at all. Well, we'll give one to Paul. And... I mean, 50 physical is not bad with the amount of crit and threat on it. It's gonna hurt. But the risk strike on this one... Blacksmith them? You can't. Oh, I'm pretty sure that you can't. Wouldn't that be something if you could? Yeah, you can't do anything with that. Although that is a cool idea. Can you imagine that? Actually, hold on. Wait a minute, no. You know what? It would help if it was in my inventory. Oh well, it was worth a try. The dev did say he was going to implement that, but wasn't able to get the icons done. Oh, well, that's too bad. That would have been really cool. Craft the ultimate weapons. At this point, he hasn't done anything with the game. I think it's safe to say that it's not going to happen. There, we've got a war axe. Yeah, I'll walk over there. I'm just gonna sell it. I'm not that impressed with axe weapons. Paul, we'll give you Rift. And then Todd. Oh, we already gave you the pickaxe. Who do we want to give this to? Here, Mariah, you can have it. You're an axe murderer. Let's give you an axe to murder with. I love the closed captioning. Let's give you an extra murderer with. No, that's not how that works. All right. We should probably give this to somebody too. How about Grant? Actually, no. Well, to hold on to, just so that it's in, you know, out of the way. But yeah, they really should not be using these weapons in active combat, because they don't have the defense power. The only people who are going to be good at that are Beauregard and Val. And maybe Nazar if I raise his defense a little bit. But everybody else that is an attacker is a pure attacker, and if they're not using a weapon with reach, they are in danger. So they will need scythes or spears. Alright, we're gonna put these just for right now. Okay, I already know that I'm not gonna be interested in the axes. I might use one of these other weapons instead. Maybe I'll use Crusader. I don't strictly need to worry about reducing my risk, because most of the time I'm just defending. Lux allowing 100 may not be great, because there's a lot of things out there that use max or pox, and I'd rather not take extra damage from that, so Crusader is out. Oh well, I'll figure it out eventually. Grant, what were you carrying? Did I give you Crusader? Or did I... Oh gosh, I don't remember. Oh yeah, Van Ken is our book collection. I forgot he's a weaver, that's why he has the extra space. Okay, we'll figure this out later. Val, where are you? Lars. I don't remember if I'll have to resort all this, but yeah, Grin. Okay. That is fine. Okay. Let's find another. What was the other one? Ivory Gate. Where was that? Oh, right there. Okay. Oop. Sorry, I hit minimize instead of return. This gate is solid, but it feels stately and dignified. Pretty. Oh, gotta turn on the lights. This pedestal, or the pedestal is undamaged. There is an inscription on the very top. It reads, "Show that you aim ever higher." The strike soul. Oh, this must be a bow. Okay. Away we go. Well, actually, away we go after we put all the other souls back. Because inventory management. Alright, assassin, guardian. Mantis. Mountain. Guardian. Don't we have one? Yes, we do. Wait a minute. We haven't found any of the guardian ones. What was that, a spear? I think that's what that is. Kind of hard to tell with the little tiny icons. The icons there are supposed to give you a little bit of a hint as to what you destroyed, if you forgot. But I don't have my glasses on. Grand Mantis Soul. Okay, so we've got 2 Mantis. Okay, these must be the spear and the scythe. Because we haven't found any of those at all yet. And I know we still need a staff. And the Shrike Soul we just did is going to be a bow. Okay. Do-do-do-do. The Ivory Ascent. This white tower stands on a hidden plateau nestled within the mountains. It's not hidden no more. Oh, fancy. Oh. Hi. Who are you? Oh, not very talkative, huh? Okay. Nobody is. Are you ghosts? Are you gonna turn into things? Hey guys. Wait here. I have a bad feeling. Okay. Oh. An aestheta. Hi. The water whispered to me of your coming. This island has long been a place of madness, but you come to impose your order. Tell me, hero, does the sight of my court disgust you? Not really, it's just people. And so you can remain civil even in the face of that which must surely shock you. Intriguing. But no matter, the test to prove your worth is long past, and your reward is nigh. Behold! Cool. I give you the bow that wounded the sun. Now, stay and avail yourself of my hospitality for as long as it pleases you. Oh, cool, thanks. Welcome. Avail yourself of my food and drink if it pleases you. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and take the bow, I guess. Well, I'll be nice and have some food first. This table is laid out with a mouth-watering display. All you can eat and drink, I guess. There's a grilled ribeye. You can only use... Oh no, you can use it more than once. Well, I don't need more than one. A sealed chest. Icarus. Reach 5, physical 30, risk strike 10, daze strike. Well, that's not as interesting as Trace. But it's pretty solid. So, I'll take it. Could always have another good bow. I will eat the yummy steak. Thank you, this steak was delicious. Okay. Wait, is this literally an all-you-can-eat buffet, like we can come back here and refill? Moist cornbread. Is it always the same thing? It is. Okay, so we get cornbread from there. We get a creamy chowder from this one. And a crisp lager from there. So yeah, decent food. Not super great. I got a lot of stuff back in camp that's better. Okay. Well. See, I don't... He says, like, does the court, like, displease you or whatever? It's like, I don't know. They just look like people to me. I know that these are used for vampires. This is supposed to be an enemy type. This is just a human. This is just an orc. That looks like it's just a human. So, yeah. Well, guys. Looks like I wasn't, I was worried for nothing. Come and have some om-noms. Restock on food if you ever run out. Yeah. Like if I'm ever gonna run out at this point. But yes, Val, have some delicious chowder. And, Lars, have this crisp lager. And Grin, have this delicious moist cornbread. And I guess I'll also have some cornbread. Okay, we have availed ourselves of your food and hospitality. Thank you, it was wonderful. We appreciate it. I can't talk to you. There I can. Okay, we're gonna go now, bye. Nice meeting you. Thanks for not being dramatic about the bow. I appreciate that. Okay. And, that's all the maps that I found that I had. Let us continue. There is... Don't sell all that endless food, it's kind of cheating. I have so much money now, I don't need to. That would just be a pain in the ass. I would have to empty my inventory, fill it with a bunch of meat, haul it back to camp, put it in the thing, and then just keep cycling until the selly thingy is full. If I'm that low on money, there's probably better ways for me to make money. There is a bridge that I'm looking for. And I thought it was down here. But this is not a bridge. And I was not this far along. So it's gotta be around here. Oh, gotta take my other meds. Yeah. Oh gosh. What did I do? Hang on. I did something stupid to my watch. No. Well, I can still take my pills. Yeah, there's a bridge where I can get a staff. Sorry, the pill didn't go down. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna wait until my watch reminds me again, I guess. The road must have once been a major thoroughfare into the caldera. An old tolling station sits here, crumbling alongside the road. Oh, I didn't put the bow away. Well, this is fine. Okay, I'm pretty sure I came this way. Process of elimination, that's kind of all I can do for what I'm looking for, because I know I didn't advance far enough on the south area. I'll go ahead and use a rare key. I've got 5 of them. And 530 gold, and that's it. Just gold in there. Well, that makes sense for a tolling station. You collect the money and then you're done. There's a little rest stop. What is the point of the gate when you can just go around? Okay, this makes no sense. Oh, okay, well. Off we go. Exit. There it is. We are going to want greening. Actually, we're going to want greening, but we're going to want the book and staff. I don't know what greening is actually going to use, but I want to make sure that he's equipped. There you are. Give you... No, we don't need the flash rod for right now. We'll just hold on to them for right now. We'll swap them in as needed. Because I only want greening for one thing. And then we can park him back and grab Grin. But I don't remember if there's a fight here. A bridge still crosses over a narrow stretch of river here, as well as the ruins of some sort of small rest stop. The sign reads, Rosewood Tea House Menu, in bold calligraphy across the top. Pine Needle Tea, 20 gold. Whole Wheat Scone and Jam, 45 gold. Toasted Club Sandwich, 70 gold. Black Forest Gâteau, 9,995 gold. You are unsure if this sign has been altered by vandals, or whether the gâteau is really that good. I might be mispronouncing that. Okay, guys, I need to be able to open this. The chest is fitted with an unusual circular lock, which lacks a keyhole. While playing with the lock, you notice that it can be rotated, and it emits a quiet clunking noise. You turn the lock in both directions by varying degrees for a while, but to no avail. Oh. Well, okay then. Oh, wait a minute. The small sack is made of a soft white and gray pelt. You pick it up, loosen the tie, and see that it is filled with coins. Oh, okay. What am I missing? The varnish on these tables has mostly flaked off, and the exposed wood is quite damp and moldy. It is hard to imagine that they have been used recently. What am I missing? Because I do remember completing this map. I just don't remember what I did. Maybe Raven? That's just it, though. Didn't even prompt me for a thwart challenge. I guess I can try, though. I figured maybe it just requires some kind of a special key or something. Oh wait, there's a bed. Hang on. There's a small scrap of paper hidden underneath one of the legs of this bed. Would you like to take it? Yeah. You lift up the leg and slide the piece of paper out from underneath. You unfold the note. There are a bunch of curious circles drawn on it, and each one has a curved arrow and a number written inside. That sounds like instructions to me. You take the note you found from under the bed and follow the instructions written on it. You get halfway through the instructions before the mechanism lets out a loud noise. Perhaps the locking mechanism reset itself. It would seem that the combination has to be formed quickly. Do you want to have another try? Okay, now I need to bring somebody in for this. Raven, how about you give this a go? Best of 3. The lock jumps outward a little, and the chest lid automatically pops open. A wonderful, sweet smell hits your nose. Could it be? Unbelievable! What? It's just a cake. Oh, no, no, no. You can't feel it? Look at this masterpiece. The loft, the crumb, the heady aroma, the fine, pure cocoa. It is positively bewitching. Man was not meant to know chocolate as dark as this. Anyway, can I have it? I'm the only one with any chance of withstanding the pure darkness of that cake, after all. I'm uniquely suited and such. He's almost in a trance, and he really wants that cake. Sure, take it. Yikes, Green, if it's really that important to you, then take it. Slowly, and with great reverence, he lifts the cake out of the chest and holds it aloft like some kind of trophy. His eyes glint with a kind of desperate madness, and his lips begin to move. At first, you think he might just be salivating, but soon it becomes apparent that he is casting some kind of spell. Wait, Greening, what are you doing? He doesn't appear to hear you, his voice rising in a crescendo as he completes his spell. What the hell was that? Dark arcane secrets. What else? This rod contains all of the power of that cake. I'm sure we'll be able to find a way to turn its power toward the greater good. This is the weirdest thing I've seen since we got here, even when compared to that thing with the face. Just get your rod and let's go. But of course. Oh no, while we were screwing around with that cake, some trolls wandered up. Oh, they'll be sorry they came this way today. Let's see what this rod can do. Well, let's go ahead and give you a better bow. Chocolatier Rod. Threat 20, Magical 50, Regeneration 5, Gustomancy. Oh, it's a single lane bridge, okay. We need to swap then. Have you come here? Nah. Oh, you jerk. Oh, okay. You just spawned a cake. And you defended. Oh, no, wait. He was a, what is that sound? That's a good question. Let's find out next round. You got high risk. It doesn't matter. Okay, Daredevil, yay. Okay, apparently, anytime he does a magical attack, he will spawn moist cake. Moist cake heals 25. So, not a lot, but it's good to top up with at the end of battle, because a mage is going to basically be hitting things all the time. So that's fun. More cake. Such magnificent power! I really thought the cake would be chocolate, though. Strange. Wait, there's something over here. Oh, a key. It's just a piece of junk, but that's fine. Yeah, that is a fun scene. And it's the only way to clear the bridge. So, you better have greeting or you're probably not going to get any further. So there are other things that could happen. Oh, okay, yeah, if you don't have greeting, then you probably get a different scene. But I was locked into this one because I had him, but I didn't have anybody to unlock the thing, so yeah. If greeting didn't pick up the rod. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he probably... or the cake. Yeah, I imagine that there's a few different scenarios. You're presented with a lot of choice, but yeah, we want the rod. Because look at all this cake. Anyway. And greeting got a level up out of that. I wonder how much the cake sells for. Let's see. The odd one was a possibility that someone else in the party could speak. Oh, like a different... one of the, characters you can find. Let's see, what are we working towards with you? We're working right. You get more ward. If you had the reanimated guard. Oh! Okay. So the reanimated guard would accidentally speak? Or would the reanimated guard eat the cake? He would accidentally speak, okay. That would be funny if he ate the cake, though. Nom, nom, nom. That's for living people! Okay. Oh, we can actually get to Greenback. Oh, but I don't want to... There's so many other things to explore. I think that's where I stopped last time, because I was like, oh, there's so many other things to explore, and I want to do the whole map. So, I'm going to return to the stronghold for a sec. What should we do? Because our goal is now within sight. Like, we're supposed to go there and figure it out. I don't know what happens next. However, that said, let's find out how much this cake is worth. Who doesn't love a little bit of cake? There it is. So we've got the Flash Rod and Bifrost. Let's put that back on Grin. Put that back on Grin in a sec. There. Okay. Okay. Now the question becomes, do we go to the Greenback shipyard or do we continue exploring the map? What do you guys think? Because I don't know what happens next, and I'm assuming because we technically didn't really have any obstacles into getting here, that there's probably more to it. So I don't know that it would be bad if we went there yet, but not sure what else is there. You could explore a bit more. Okay. I am going to use the... I'm going to answer nature. I will be right back. If anybody else in chat wants to chime in, maybe to get more gates or something. Yeah, there's got to be... Where are all the other gates? And we're missing at least 2 people? Rosalina, and I think there's a goblin we can recruit. I don't remember his name. I have it written down somewhere. Hang on. Borfalgor. Because I remember seeing those... remember seeing him on the wiki. But yeah, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, chat, we've got 1 vote towards exploring. If there's any other votes, put it in chat. I'll be right back. thank you for waiting. And Reppin' Wolf and the Woo crew raiding in while I am BRB. Welcome in, guys. How you guys doing tonight? How did Alan Wake go? I hope you're doing well. Sorry about the wait there. Yes, I was BRB. A wee bit sick, but getting better in time. Reppin', I hope you're feeling better soon. Hope you're at 100%. We're just figuring out what to do next. Because we have access to the Greenback Shipyard, which was the area that we've been trying to get to the whole game. But there's still a lot more map to explore, and we're missing companions, we're missing weapons. We got a lot of weapons today. But we know that there's more. There's at least, what was it? A dagger, 2 spears, 2 scythes, and another staff? I think, yeah, another staff. So we're just figuring out, do we go to the Greenback Shipyard, or do we continue exploring? So we've got 1 vote for exploring. And if anybody else has some inputs, now's the time to vote. Alan Wake continues to be good, and as I'm now rushing through on easy, it covered a lot of ground tonight. Nice. Well, I'm glad that it continues to be good. Did you see that there was a speed run of Alan Wake 2 on GDQ? I think that was today. You haven't. You should look at it. If you feel that you've finished the game to a point that you're not worried about spoilers, because I don't know, like I didn't see it yet myself yet, but generally speedruns you do want to be careful about spoilers because they're going to rush through the game. Now you might not see many story beats because the game is going as fast as possible, but you never know. It should be on YouTube later. You might also be able to check the VOD on their Twitch channel. Don't think their speedrun does the second thing, but maybe it does. I saw 2 different speedruns. I can't remember what categories they were, so I would... Here, let me find... Give me 1 second. Really, now is not the time to be updating Firefox. Okay. So I would say check out the schedule and see what the categories are. And if it seems like the categories are a little bit suspicious in terms of, there might be something that you don't want spoiled, you know, just don't watch it yet. It'll be on YouTube later for you to check out when you're ready. Otherwise, might be fun. Anyway, so we've got 1 vote for continuing to explore. Nobody else has chimed in, so for now, I think we're going to go ahead and continue to explore. Let's see. Let's go ahead and bring Lars back in. Oh, we're over here. Okay. Let's go to these manor grounds. This garden must have once been quite grand. Excuse me. Now it is overgrown and dilapidated, like the rest of the island. They aren't even speedrunning the main game. Don't think they could without major glitches. They are speedrunning the DLC modules. Oh, okay. Have you done the DLC modules? Because if you haven't, then yeah, you may not want to watch the speedrun. Oh. Ah! Jeez! Thanks, game. Nice calm music. Enemies! Done 2/3 of one and none of the other, so you'll be skipping them for now. You're welcome. Yeah, I think considering you haven't completed them, I think that's for the best. Alright, what do we got going on? One of them's over there, one of them's over there. The other one's probably somewhere. There's more. Ooh, what are you? You are sick and tired, so gonna lurk. Not a problem, Reppin. I totally understand, and I hope that you are feeling 100% soon. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Stay hydrated, and we'll catch you later. Take care. Take care of yourself. Be well. That's where you are. Okay. That's where you are. Okay. We already know where you were. I guess we'll do this. Well. That didn't go the way I was hoping it would. We're gonna have to switch this out. Let's make sure that Lars is going to be safe if we can. I'll move here to protect Grin. No, don't go after him. We'll risk it. Oh. I think Val is poisoned. Oh no. I have 2 on me, so I will not risk it. Are you a statue? These are statues. That's what they are. That was weird. There was a little spell effect there. We'll go over here. Oh, right. Oh, fleet. Why? Uh-oh. Oh well. Oh, I should have grabbed the spear. Oh? We can't communicate with this. And it flees. Well, that's that, I guess. But what have we discovered? Oh. It's locked. That's just an exit. Oh, on the table was more porn. We'll have to take that over to the old man. We're behind on delivering his subscription. Excuse me. Pardon. Sorry about that. I didn't miss anything on this table. Oh, I did. Okay. What do we got here? A dry pretzel. Appetizing. Alright. I'm gonna hazard a guess that the other door is also locked and will not open. Yep, okay, so we're done here. Oh, nobody wants cake? What's wrong with you people? Lars, we're going to work on your fight. And Grin, we're going to work on your blast. No cake sales. Nope. Our bake sale has been unsuccessful. So far. Our Girl Scout cookie empire is only just getting started. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Here, we'll stick the dry pretzel in there. We will go and deliver this porn. And a Grin. Put the book here for now so that it doesn't trigger. Hi, old man. Sorry, we're behind on the porn subscription. Here's last month's episode, and here's this month's. Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day. Okay, now we can go inside the manor itself. This opulent Let me try that again. This opulent, well-maintained manor is easy to spot amid the tangled trees and ruined streets. Did I save? I did save, right? Okay. It's been a long day. Oh, now the music has gone from nice and calm and soothing to intense. Okay. Well, time to scout ahead and see if there's anything else. 2 of them. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be able to be okay here. just does a whole bunch of, like, chip damage. I'm on the fence as to whether or not it's better to use this or if it's better to use one of the books. We'll figure it out eventually. I should be able to pull them there. Oh, it actually warded one of them too. Alright, we should be good. Grin a little closer. You're gonna have to get closer than that. Now that's kind of neat. I forgot that one of Grin's abilities will allow him, like, if it wards, it immediately fumbles. Which ability is that? Yeah, enemies fumble and lose defensive stance whenever they fully ward against your spells. So with all those hits, it increases the chance of a ward happening. No, I don't want to drop that. I'm gonna sell that eventually, unless I find better loot. Or lanterns. Okay, well... that's not gonna open. Hello? Vampires, huh? Oh, missed. Not good. Please do not drop that. And they're all casters, I imagine. Grin. Since they're all casters, it's kind of dangerous for Val to jump in there, so we'll wait a moment on that. Ow. Let's see. We'll put you here. Jeez, what the heck? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, that takes care of that mess. Very large... what do we want to call this? Lecture hall? Oh. There's a depleted battery on the table. I wonder what that'll be good for. Okay. good books. Oh, those are not bookshelves, so no. In fact, no good books. It's the kitchen staff, I guess. And the head kitchen staff person, there's a name for that and I don't remember what it is. It's not Chamberlain, is it? I don't remember. Anyway. The vampire's gonna get a turn before anybody else, so... Well, I should say before I do. And I'm gonna need to ward whatever comes our direction. So, we're gonna do this a different way. Unfortunately, it means defending. I think we want to do this. They survived that? Okay. Barely. Oh, well, you tried. Not from this range. It got him through the door. Hello, what's this? A weighted cog. Huh. Really? You heard all the noise and you're like, I'm just gonna sit here and make some soup. Where are you? No, really. Okay, you're all the way at the end of the hall. Alright. I'll protect you, Lars. Can't quite get there. Oh, well, okay. That's that then. Let's see, the crate has something. I don't think I'm going to worry about the furnaces. The crate contained some stale mead. Well, it ain't great, but it'll get you up to maximum hit points again. Oh, inside the crate was a hard crust. Oh, that looks like a fancy dining hall. Why am I last in initiative again? Okay, bye. Grin, can you do anything from there? No? You know, this is fine. Just go keep Lars company. Oh, he doesn't... Yeah, okay. Does this have an element? It does not appear so. Okay, that's fine. We have to wait for you all before Lars can be useful. Are you? Oh my god, okay. Oops. Well, that's fine. You're fine where you are. Food fight. Sure. Let's go with that. Let's defend for now. Okay. Well, you're just gonna have to wait. Nah. I don't know how the hag survived that, but she did. Well, she didn't survive the arrows. Anyway, that clears out most of the room. You okay out there, buddy? You want to join your friends? One, two, three, four, five, six. Well, that was fun. The table has a glass jewel. Guys, I can't pick that up with you standing there. A bowl of creamy chowder. I have a feeling we're just gonna find a lot of food here. This is a roast chicken. A grilled ribeye. Is anybody hurt? No, I'll just eat this then. A painted chalice. It's worth slightly more than the glass jewel. A quiche Lorraine. I can't carry anymore. Good enough. We don't need to unlock this. We went around the long way. Hello? Door? Oh, okay. And there's gonna be something. Is that a mimic? Manticore? That looks like a flesh golem and a vampire. Oh, yeah, you're a manticore. We don't want to stand there. I don't think I want her to stand there. So, for the moment... I want these, come this way, flesh golem. That should be close enough. But you're not close enough. Okay, everybody. Not sure if it's close enough, but it is not. That's fine. Oh? I can't take this anymore. Drop what you're carrying and go. That's what my life is worth? Just finish me off. Well, now I feel bad about it. Is anybody hurt? I am. No, stop it. Oh, you're regenerating, so we can't do this. So... Alright, take it. If I die, it'll be worthless anyway. So what do you drop? Oh, we stole his boots. Didn't even know they could still speak normally. I was a little surprised at that as well. Well, now what do we do? I can't carry his boots. Here, I'll get rid of one of my shields, I guess. An amulet and a humanoid skull. I don't know if any of these things are needed. Now I feel bad. Stealing the poor flesh golem's boots. I wouldn't want anybody to steal my boots. A hedge rod, which is not going to be very useful. Any decent books? Not that I'm seeing. Wait, hold on. Well, there's a way. I just need to figure out the way. There wasn't a door, was there? Oh, there was. Okay, good. Saves me a little bit of backtracking. Huh. Okay. Did I miss a door somewhere? There's something here, but I can't get to it. Oh, fine, just for the sake of convenience. Well, please stay with the group. Please stay with the group. The tour will be underway shortly. Oh. Guys. There we are. We found a secret door. Val, please stay with the group. It's like, haven't you ever watched a horror movie? No. You know what happens if they split the group? Horrible things may happen. Spooky things may happen. Oh, speaking of spooky things and horrible things, there's a morgue. Ow. Please, please kill it. Yay. 2 vampires, okay. Not sure if this will work. Nope. Okay, well, let's... Doing 532 damage to a vampire is fun. There is so much junk I'm carrying right now. What are you? Porn. I don't know if we're gonna need these. A rope whip. I seriously don't need if we need. Let me try that again. I seriously don't know if we need any of this junk. I guess we'll find out as we move along. Wait a minute, wasn't there a door out here? There was. Is it open now? It is not. Okay. That's cool. Huh. So, what good was that lever? Yes, I know, guys. You're stuck in the dining room. I am a little confused. What am I missing? Pixel hunt? It's starting to look like it. The thing is, we've kind of found some things. Like, we know that there's a door here. Right here. But it's not opening. This is also shut. I can't get in here. There's a door there. I don't know where it actually goes. This is probably the exit. Like, that's probably how I proceed. Wait, what did I see? Oh, that's a lantern. There was an unopened chest, was there? Did I miss one? I thought I opened it. In the library. Was there? Oh. Okay, hang on. I thought maybe you meant in here. I was like, no, got all the things. Let me make a little pile of stuff here. Could be a specific spot somewhere on the map to examine. Yeah, let me find the chest that I failed to open. Oh, there was the chest that I forgot about. Actually, before I forget, let me also pick you up. A salvaged mantra. Oh, that's not gonna help us out a whole lot. Okay, let me go throw all this junk onto a pile. Okay. Lots of junk and food. But not junk food. Did I miss anything out in the entrance? Okay. Is there anything where that scroll and magic circles near the flesh golem was? See, for a moment I thought that there was something here. Like I saw this thing, so I figured, oh, this must be something here, but no, it's just like candles and stuff. And then for the, oh, I forgot about the skull. And then the circle near the flesh golem. No, this is... none of this is interactable. There's only one thing I can think of, and it's gonna piss me off if I'm right. What? Where? There is some raised flooring? Do you mean this square here? Because that's just the E-door. Go towards the exit room. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, a floor panel. There is a large hole in the center of this panel. It looks like something is supposed to fit inside. Okay, so it must be one of the pieces of junk that we've been carrying. That was really difficult to see, thank you. Alright, we've got... well, we know it's not the skull. So we've got a cog. Seriously, I'm not trying to move. Got the depleted battery. Okay, that should do for now. I meant to drop that other stuff, but oh well. It looks like the cog you found would fit inside. The cog fits inside neatly, and you hear a click from the door nearby, from behind the bookshelves to the right. There was a strange noise from somewhere else, perhaps closer towards the entrance. There are things with noises. Ah. Yeah, I figured that would happen. That's not good. Phew. Alright. Drop the shield, drop the amulet. And just in case it's needed, I'll pick up the skull. I'm gonna guess that this is not open yet. Okay. It's not gonna surprise me if more of those statues decide to wake up as we go through this. Let's see. Here we are. What do we got out this way? That is an exit. We are not ready to exit. Creepy hallway. You startled me. There was a fancy looking thing over there. This thing. Wonder what that is. Yeah, we're gonna have to defend. Or stand by. That's also fine. He's gonna end up fumbling on the standby. Are you close enough to hit us with a spell? You are not. To defend. There we go. This is fine. Oh, it didn't hit her. Oh well, that's fine. That is that. A bludgeon. What is this thing? Map is clear, but what is this thing? There's a little notch taken out. I don't know what that is. That bothers me. Oh well, I guess it's fine. Might be a placeholder for the statue coming alive? Maybe. Alright, time to figure out what I'm going to keep and what I'm going to toss. We don't need this. We will keep the porn. believe roast chicken was fairly high on recovery. Yeah, most of this is stuff that I'm not terribly worried about. The amulet will sell for a decent amount. Shield should sell okay. I already have one amulet, but they sell for a decent amount. Risk spell is not something I really care about. I guess we'll go with the quiche Lorraine. Actually, no, I think the creamy chowder's gonna be more. Yeah. Okay. Time to go and see if that other door is going to let us out. This was a weird kind of place. Nobody wants to buy cake. I wonder if those are set not to be saleable. Okay. There's another area. Give me 1 second to clear my inventory before we jump in. Alright, we'll have to... take the porn to the old man. Roast chicken. That means the shakshoka is no longer any good. Someone bought that old pretzel instead. Yeah. Okay. Well, then we will take a couple of pieces of cake along. I mean, if nothing else... if nothing else, you know, then there's no need to keep them in this inventory. We can just keep it in this inventory. Val. We will go ahead and sell the amulet and the shield. Lars, we will sell the shield and the chowder. And Grin, I don't believe you have anything carrying that we want to sell. Where's your name? There you go. Yeah, you got the books. Okay. I think for now, because just for inventory management's sake, we're going to put the blade away. I'm going to switch back to my spear. Yeah, that'll be good. Hi, old man. We're here with your subscription of porn. Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day. It would be interesting if something actually happened if you sold him every porn book in the game. Like, if it's keeping count of how many you find, and if it reaches a certain threshold, it says, hey, I figured out something special about all this porn. Here's the ones that are different, and it's a secret message. That would be neat. Anyway, stairs lead up to these stately loft apartments that have only the slightest lingering scent of blood. Oh, goody, blood. We need more of that. Oh, look, it's this music again. Okay, so we must have just gone upstairs? Is that all? That's fine. Hi. Jeez, there's vampires everywhere. What the heck? I think you'll be good. Yeah, you'll be fine. Do this. So no, your magic ain't gonna do much harm to me. We didn't even have to have Grin use the Grimoire Solaris. Well, okay, nothing in here. Uh-oh. Well, time to see if we got more friends. Just one. Where are you? All the way down there. Okay, well. They didn't save any for the rest of us. Oh, never mind. Ah. Not taking a chance. Dang it. Still not close enough, really. Oh, I should have let her go first. That's fine. You're gonna die one way or another, lady. Alright. This looks almost church-like. Oh, look, there's a door. How much you want to bet this is an exit? Yep. There's gonna be another area after this, I wager. This is a kind of complex multi-stage area. Which is cool and all, but why was it just not put into one area? Was there like a memory issue? Oh, okay, well. Good job. Good, that's what I want. Oops. Didn't realize whose turn it was. 111 damage. Val Schmuster. Map seems very large. It does seem a little bit on the large side, yeah. Look, more porn. The old man will be pleased. Okay, that was just a lantern. Okay. Huh. Okay. Ooh, boss music. Who are you? A vampire lord. I'm just gonna put a stop to your music. Magic. That's all. And we're going to obliterate you. You warded it! Oh no! Try that again. The incense burner you tried to light appears to hold for a second, but then magically goes out. There seems to be some interference coming from somewhere else on the floor. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. What do we got in here? A wine tincture. A dagger. A silk culottes. And soft shoes. It does need to be lit. Bathing room, I guess. The lighting of all the things is inevitable. Accept your fate. We're going to set you on fire. It's perfectly normal. Hi. We're gonna set you on fire, too. Okay, no, we're just gonna pin you full of arrows. What's with all the glass, jewels, and little junks? Oh, this looks like a fun little spot. This is what I want. Probably more in here. Oh, my hit control, sorry. Toilets, bathing, not sure. No one was using, yeah. Oh, no, I didn't want to. Ah, I hit control instead of shift. Oh. I was hoping that that would hit more things. Ah, fine. A rusted pick. For all that those are the first tier scythe, we don't run into them that often. Ah. Hedge rod. And once again, our inventory is full. Was there a door in this room? I don't recall seeing one. Well, now that we defeated all the enemies, now will you light? Nope. There's a puzzle somewhere. Huh. More pixel hunting. What am I missing? I'm gonna hazard a guess that the entrance is somewhere along this, and then this will open up along this along this wall. What about the furnace? Okay. If it's this, like if this is the solution, I'm going to be irritated. Make sure that I haven't forgotten anything. Okay guys, chill here for a minute. It's a stupid idea, and it's probably not correct. But it's the idea that I had downstairs. Yeah, that's why I say it's probably not correct. Like, there's nothing in the game that's like, you have to turn off all the lights. Hello, I'd like to... Hello? Hello? I can't turn this one off. So this obviously can't be the solution because there's a lamp that I can't turn off. Okay, well, time to look for a different solution. I mean, I'll keep doing this anyway. Oh? Oh? What about these ones? Oh, okay. I'll give these other ones anyway, but that was probably it. I probably had to turn those out. Yeah, well, the other ones didn't have any sound. No. Okay, is it really the fact that this is not... Yeah, I can't turn this out. So this can't be the solution. It can't be it. There's gotta be something else. Lamp in the corner of that room where the others are? What do you mean? Oh. I can't turn that one out either. The heck? I do not know. I do not know what to do. Is there anything in the bedrooms? Just the lanterns. Under the beds or the cushions. Yeah. I'm pixel hunting, but I'm not pixel finding. Oh, I forgot to do something. One moment, please. Oh, okay. I did mark it. Let's see. I guess I'll turn all the lights back on. The statues don't seem to have anything. I do not know where the next thingamabob is. I mean, it's something very obvious, and I'm just missing it because I'm sleepy. I'm gonna be a little annoyed. I did check this room as well, right? No, I don't think I did. There's not any kind of hint. It was just something is interfering. It's like, okay. Something magical, I guess. But what? And where? Interference from somewhere on the floor. Who would have thought some journal entry or note? That would have been nice. Doesn't seem like there's any hidden doors. One, two. Maybe I have to turn specific ones out? There's not even a hint. Which statues came to life? Downstairs? Damned if I know. That's not the kind of detail you usually pay attention to. I mean, I guess I could go back out and see. Maybe it has something to do with that somehow. Maybe, and then I, like, turn out the lanterns of the ones that are... something? I don't know. We have to purge inventory anyway, so... Okay. Glass jewel can go in there. Hedge rod. Rusted pick. I might as well get rid of the bludgeon. The bow I'll keep. The wine. The dagger. Silk culottes, soft shoes. Alright. Hi, old man. Here's your subscription to porn. Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day. Wait, there's a dungeon? I didn't even see this. An ominous door leads to stairs that carry you to a dank dungeon beneath Laughlin Manor. Oh my god, it's so big. Maybe that was the other exit. Could be. Oh, you are human. You're just a regular old dungeon guard. We haven't seen your type in a while. I don't want to run too far ahead. Or I don't want to have Lars run too far ahead because I won't be able to catch up. So we'll bring you back here. Do you drop anything? Actually, I have a feeling you wouldn't hesitate. Oh well. I don't have time to debate this. He dropped a sandwich. Oh, what are you? A boogeyman. No. I screwed that up. Hello, more vampires. That's not gonna save you. Told you. We might need Revan. We'll have to come back here with Revan, figure out what's going on. Hi, I'd like to open. Thank you. Who are you? What are you? Homunculus, okay. You're probably not undead. Nope, just a regular thing. There are 4 switches, and they are in a pattern thing. Oh, hello. You obviously didn't make it. Oh, come on. Fine. A fresh zombie. Well, you're undead, so... Eat 587 damage fireballs. More guards. Oh, crying out loud. Nobody is hurt. We do not need the soggy sandwiches quite yet. I'd rather eat cake. Let me show you how fleet is done. Really? Okay, we gotta give us a minute here. Really? Oh well, it's fine. Or not. Really? Dodge this. Jackass. But we've got these lovely soggy sandwiches. Yeah, we should eat the cake. Nom nom nom. Sweet treats. Okay, bye. Can't you come within his line of sight? I guess not. There we go. Really, Lars? Not her. Come just a little bit closer, Mr. Guard. We've got a surprise for you. Don't drop that. We've got a surprise for you. Really? That did not work. Okay. It's really inconsistent as to who actually gets hit with that blast. Oh well. More sandwiches. Did anybody? Okay, no, we're all healed. Really? Another rusted pick and a chewy quiche. A rare key and a crude pike. Some tough rope and more porn. The old man's gonna be happy. In more ways than one. Hey, there's a lever up here. You hear a long string of mechanisms click in sequence somewhere to the south. Oh, I didn't even see. Okay, well, it's fine. It's a jailbreak now. Might be these doors. Hello there. Dang it. Bah. This is probably an exit. Yep. Okay. Oh, I totally missed this one. I was gonna say, Grin? Yeah, gonna come with us? Nah. Hello. That stung. You are not undead, so... Huh. Okay, well these ones didn't unlock. What about these ones? This one's... Zombie? I guess I can't really see. Nothing in here. Oh, hello. Just some old bones. A skeleton. Also, just some old bones, but now some re-dead bones. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I want to sit here. More old bones. Not much happening in those cells. More skeleton. Yay. This is an awfully big space. Are these the fancy cells? I guess those are the cells that you go to when you've paid good money. You bribed somebody to get the big cells. Flesh golem. Not no more. You are now arrow golem. Okay, really. Hello. You are a thing. I don't know how to get to you yet. But it looks very shiny and potentially interference causing. Any secret doors? No, there's a regular door over there somewhere, so. Nothing in here. Nope. Nothing. Grin. Grin. No, you're eager to finish. Okay. Oh, no, no, wrong person. Sorry about that. Did not... Okay, there's room for two. I get it. But now's not the time. No. Guys, I'm trying to open doors. This is already very difficult. Okay. Hello. Holy shit! Why are you hitting him? I guess I was not perfectly centered in the door, so Lars... Lars got hit. Lars... Fall back, please. We're gonna kind of put a stop to that. You're gonna stop your spells. You're gonna like it. Yeah, instant fireball to the face. Have you considered instead instant coffee? Much, much more palatable. Oh, well, okay. You can... I don't want this. This crystal appears to be powered down. Perhaps with a source of mana, it could be activated. I hope that the battery that I tossed wasn't the source of mana that we needed, because if so, I'm gonna be a little pissed. It might have to do with the ritual instead. Okay, these doors do not want to open. Yeah, I'm going to assume that that is that. Okay, let's go get reppin'. Let's do whatever that ritual thing is. And then let's see. Oops. Okay, I am going the wrong way. Exit. Where is exit? Where was exit? Where did I come in from? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Hang on. I think it was over there. Was it over here? No. Yes? No, it was not. A precious key and a rope whip. If you do need a mana battery, there's one where Bato was. I hope not. That would be really annoying. I'm going to put faith in the fact that all of the solutions to a puzzle should be within the map itself. Okay, I know we're separated, but can we exit from here? Yes. Alright. Hopefully you don't need to go there to get that mana. I hope not. That would be silly. We have 46,000 gold exactly. That thing was saying puzzles may require items from other maps to complete. I hope this is not one of those scenarios. And I didn't get a chance to read it all because I load too quick. Hi, old man. Here's your subscription to the porns. Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day. We're gonna have to get creative for a moment here. Yeah, the problem is that you've got limited inventory space. You don't really know what you should take with you. Oh, he's got a spellbinder rod. Okay, well, screw it. We'll just continue then. Alright, reppin', please. No, Grin, sorry. You like to blow things up and we need a more delicate touch. Oh. You feel the mana surge and then collapse. Something is out of alignment. Okay, I'm assuming it's these switches. Do we have any visual hints or clues? Oh no. Oh no. It's a puzzle. Guys, can you stand over here, please? Oh, I did it. Okay, Rapin, your turn. We probably didn't even need Rapin for this. Nope, we did need Rapin for this. As you complete the ritual, the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end and a malevolent spirit coalesces within the circle of runes. Well, it's a shy time. By the way, I did look things up. I had sex with one of these things earlier, it would seem. Because if we had said no, we're not gonna, I'm not gonna lay with you, this is the combat we would have gotten. Grin. Can you move out of the circle, or are you trapped there? You're probably a caster. Nope, you're not a caster. Cool. Okay. Well. Okay. The mana battery was here. Good to know. This is a different looking one. Okay. I'm thinking of going back for Lars, but... Oh, god damn it, no, not... Well, we're here now. Time for a party swap. He is eventually going to need points in other things, but... Yeah, if I remember correctly, that other battery was depleted anyway. So it may not have been valid. But that now makes me wonder, is there something that we missed in that other area? God damn. Or no, this is not the right place. No, it is the right place. The mana battery in your hand tinkles as you approach the crystal. You might be able to use it to restore the power. I'm not sure that's what we wanted. That was probably not supposed to happen. As the dust settles and your ears stop ringing, you can hear pained voices coming from the newly exposed cells. Oh boy. Really? I don't know. Where is you? And let them come to us. Satchel here, which contains salvaged mantra. Not useful. Oh. There's a note on this corpse. It reads, "Bastards, all of them. I've hardly got enough room in here to think, let alone move. But I need to come up with a plan to get away from these insane cultists. Who knows what they plan to do to me?" The back of the note reads, "Text subjects 1 and 3 were given the blue formula. Zombification occurred within 5 hours. 2 and 4 were given the red formula and are ready for mana immersion." Okay. Is that where the boogeymen are coming from? Or the skeletons? What are you? That was not the correct direction. Okay, now I was trying to look at the different stuff. Excuse me. Oh, dang it, it's at too funny of an angle. I'm not gonna risk it. Same for you. You wanna join us there, Val? Okay, then. Other surprises? Oh, it's secured, okay. Petrified corpse had a lucky ring. Ah, no, it took its head off again. Why is it funny colored? I don't like it. I don't like it. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. And I'm sorry. Nope, and I'm sorry. Okay. So, we cleared the area, and didn't seem to come any closer to doing anything that would work in the other area. Really, I'm almost level 34. Alright, we'll drop this off at the stronghold real quick. I know it's 1 in the morning, but this is bothering me that we can't clear this area. I did not realize that this was going to be this big. Who's carrying that? We don't need the salvage mantra, but we will keep the lucky ring. I don't think Lars had anything. No. And then Grin's got the books. Alright, so we cleared this. We cleared the manor. So the loft has to be self-contained. Right? I can't think of any... Oh, this is gonna bother me. Oh, right, we were gonna look at the statues. And see if we had to turn off certain lights to see if that did the trick. Well, there's 4 statues here. And 4 statues here. Okay, hang on. Let me find a pen. So we've got wrestlers, butt, lady, or is this a guy with long hair? I can't tell what's going on in this statue. What is this? I don't know. Might be lady, might be a guy with robes. Might be... Yeah, that's a guy with robes. Okay, that's not a lady. Robes, arm. Boobs. Pose. Beefy. Flag. Forehead. I have no freaking idea. Looks like pouring something from a pool. I have no idea. So all of these were there. All of these were downstairs. I don't think this is the correct answer. Ugh. I am willing to accept a hint on this, if you have one. Which were the 4 left? There were 2 left, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 8 of them. So, let's see. Let's see, we've got boobs, we've got arm guy, we've got forehead. So we're missing flag? And we're missing the one that strikes a pose. Oh. Where the statues came to life. I have no idea which ones came to life. Like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to remember that, and there's no way I would have been able to pay attention to that. If that's the solution, then that's not a great puzzle. Because there's no way to go back and figure out what the pieces are. So from a game design standpoint, I don't think that that's the direction. Because the game has been fair so far. I would not expect it to be like, let's give you something that's unfair and surprise you and just, it's impossible for you to pay attention to. Because there's going to be people who are too tired to pay attention to that. I don't know. Let's try splitting by gender. I think these are the only two females. I think this is male. Oh, wait a minute. There's statues in here. There's flag guy. That wasn't even there before. Posing guy. Well, that's the only one that's matching. Hang on. This may not even be it. Nope. Okay, what if we leave that as the only one on? Again, I don't know that this is it. This doesn't feel quite right. All right. I do not know. So I'm gonna have to look it up. I would rather just have a hint and try to figure it out, but that's not gonna work out tonight, unfortunately. Let me see. What was this area called? Something in the Laughlin Manor, something loft, that's what it was. Okay, hang on. I got enough of a hint without completely ruining it for me. Wait, where did it say? Bottom right. That's not this one, it's gonna be this one. Apparently there is a note. Uh-huh, there it is. It was a pixel hunt. I was prepared for something a good deal more macabre when I first entered the estate, so imagine my surprise to find myself greeted by such civilized statuary. Yeah, that was a little too well hidden. As my host led me upstairs, another striking set of nearly identical pieces only further punctuated the squalid state of this forsaken island. My host must have caught me staring, for he launched into a most thorough account of the history of the pieces. Had I been less tired, I'd have listened more earnestly, but I excused myself early. The agreed-upon price for these accommodations will require all my strength. Wait, what? That's it? How is this a hint? That didn't tell me anything. Pieces. Okay, hang on. Let me go and read it again. I'm not understanding something. Another striking set of nearly identical pieces only further punctuated the squalid state of this forsaken island. So, I'm looking for things that are identical. Is it identical across these or identical somewhere else? Upstairs, nearly identical. So the floor below. Okay. The thing is, they were all identical. Like, we found all 6 of these things. And we turned all the lights out, we turned all the lights on. So... I know we have this one. I remember seeing this one. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one. I know this one. I call this one boobs. These are the wrestlers. I think this one's butt. Leave wrestlers, back lady, pot pourer? Who's pot pourer? Oh, that's the pot pourer. Okay. So, turn off this one. Rooms, boobs. Alright, so this one. Okay, so those are the one set of, that's the one set of 4. Okay. The incense burner lights, and after a couple seconds of sputtering, holds itself. Just outside the room, you hear some heavy stone grinding on wood. Holy crap. I'm sorry, that was not cool. So first and foremost, we've got 2 sets of statues. Okay, I get it. You could try one set and then try the other set. But that's not particularly clear. And that note, first, was very difficult to find, and second, the clue itself was a little obscure. So... yeah, okay, hi. Good, you hit me and not Lars. Lars, kill those things, whatever they are. Thank you. Better have been worth it. A stud buckler, which is decidedly not worth it, and a stud brief. Cool. We should play these maps, reported your findings and thoughts back in the day. Well, it is what it is. Were you doing a lot of, were you doing beta testing or anything? Because you mentioned you were speaking with the developer. I know that he streamed a lot of the stuff. I missed basically a whole bunch. I saw him working on a couple of things once. But yeah, I have no idea. Mostly? Okay. This is pretty deep into the game. So most beta testers may not get this far unless they're speedrunning the game. So it's kind of one of those things you may have noticed in just game development in general. The later you get into the game, the more likely you are to find issues that are not patched or fixed, or are a little bit rough around the edges. And that's because most of the bandwidth is going to be towards the beginning of the cycle. As things are completed, those things are then tested, but you might have to start over at the beginning in order to properly test it. It depends on how the testing cycle goes. So the very last things have the highest potential to be broken or not great, or maybe a little bit too difficult. It just really depends on how the cycling goes. But yeah, if this was very late stage, yeah. Anyway, I'll just say I don't feel good for how I solved that. Mostly concerned with bugs and crashes, which is important, because if there's a showstopper, that's a priority. But this was not a showstopper. This was more of an annoyance, and that still didn't level me up. Well, that's fine. I don't feel like I leveled up anyway. But, oh gosh, that was frustrating. And these are like 3 separate buildings. It's like, can we claim all 3 of them for a stronghold? Alright. Let's see. We do not need these items. I will keep this just in case, but I think everybody has armor of some kind. And if not, we've got like 2 other potentially decent ones. Grin. You're good? Alright. Well, that happened, and I think it's time for bed. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. I think some part of me wants to write a guide. Like, I know that a guide already exists, but it's like, I feel like there's like a way to do a guide that is like spoiler free. Or at least I hope there is. I don't know. Like, I've seen guides written that are sort of like little hints as you go. Like you highlight one thing and it gives you a little bit of a hint. You highlight another thing, gives you a slightly bigger hint. That kind of thing. I have no idea who to raid. Because around this time of night, it's usually pretty quiet. Let's do... I don't know if game's done quick. Oh, yeah, GDQ doesn't allow you to raid in. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's go say hi to Gamer Wolf if he'll let us. Alright, that worked. Oops, hitting the wrong buttons. Alright. That was an adventure. We got a lot of weapons. We did a little bit of exploring. We took care of a really annoying dungeon sequence area thing, and we confirmed that, at least insofar as area fairness, they're not going to force you to take something from one area and use it in another, because you could lose it, and that would be just terrible. We will continue this next week. As we wrap up for the evening, I do want to thank you all for popping in. Thank you, Reppin, for the raid earlier, and again, I hope you're feeling better soon. Everybody who popped in, whether you're lurking, whether you're active in chat, I do appreciate all of you. You're very welcome. C79, thank you for all the help and for cheering me on. As we wrap up, I do want to say my usual reinforcement. You matter. You are important. You are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way, and I know some people have mentioned challenges, so have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.